forgot about this new fight.
Tout à fait l'ancien mouvement de lutte contre l'apartheid va devoir, pour la première fois depuis 1994, négocier avec d'autres partis des progrès citoyens. Alors avec l'ANC, vous êtes il y a une forme de 40% pour avancer la majorité, il ne semble y avoir que trois partenaires potentiels. D'abord, l'Alliance démocratique signée par le qui avait côté pour l'électoral, c'est un parti de droite qui a le meilleur gouvernement de la par ailleurs, de la gauche mondiale, le parti de la liberté et de la obtenu en fait 2,5 dans les voix et le LE de l'enfer obtient près de 40% au niveau national et bientôt la troisième partie avec notre radical et les investisseurs qui est certain c'est des négociations qui sont très dures. Merci. Non, parce que en fait, ouais. Allô. How do you explain that? So when I was the first Dame mama population. I know. Mama population.
What is new is the last one. What is new is the as you indicated, in the parliament with the ANC, they have considered their numbers. In 2019, they had received 57.5% of the votes. This time around, they dropped by almost 17% of the votes. Receiving just over 50% of the numbers. This means that the ANC will not use those 60 in 2019 about 230 seats in parliament according to that. But now they're going to get about 160 that they're going to use about 7%. So a lot of ANC MPs who are MPs out of the position that their livelihood. So a lot of them use that ANC allocated to them when they get them from the MPs from selling TV as well. But what really happened with more than this one party that is they actually fix the IEC. They are tender but this was not very easy. Right against the party that will be together but party structures such as the newspaper council is also expected the IEC more than that, we have had a new formal engagement with the ANC and not the other coalition but we know that the ANC that they want to have the finance minister position, which so those talks are going to be but here at the board, must have a removal of furniture, or also we call it cable, just to show you to our left, you see a lot of individuals moving out of furniture in preparation that declaration of the election results that is expected to take place later today at about 6 p.m.
They are 50 meter by 50 meters.
The outcome.
we refer to preaching to a person. Hi, good morning. Hello. Hi.
namhlanje abantu badisala
Yeah, 15 meter by 15 meter. All right? I don't want you to just outcome.
Hi, what? Hello.
we stretch ourselves in a way that we convince the people to vote for us. All sorts of factors were against us. You yourself as a media, collectively and individually. I saw you in the queues punching the line, change, change, change. And most of you, we don't control the media. Even after the results, you are using very harsh words. The ANC have been booted out and all of that. We are not booted out. We suffered heavily, but we are not out. We're still a force to be reckoned with. And your polls and everybody else, which we did not argue with, did tell a story that we will be in our 30s and all of that. So we believe in persuading the voters. And we ran a very clean campaign. A clean campaign, we're not dirty. We believed in the power of our message to the people and what we are there to offer. Of course, the sense of incumbency, we're also eating in our capital, so to say, politically, in terms of how far we could have gone. You will see in this result that our enemy, which is a low voter turnout, affected us also. There were glitches there and there, which were fixed to a certain extent by the IEC, but we don't count that as eating in the morale of our electorate. We accept the results and we congratulate the IEC for all the efforts they've put to run a free and fair elections. ENCA, again, Zuma, ANC does not change things because of the weather. If you're a member of the ANC, you work by the rules of the party. And those rules means you've got to abide by the discipline of the party. And Mr. Zuma has been suspended by the ANC, and the ANC will follow through all the rules of the party. The party is not decimated. It is led by Ramaphosa and all of us. Yeah. And you don't change the rules because of the outcome of the elections. Otherwise, you will not have a party at all. So the rules of the ANC will remain. MK party talks, we're talking to everybody. There's nobody we are not going to talk to. Like I said to you at the beginning, when I was talking to you outside, let me repeat it again. We've been approached by political parties, as it is normal, and the outcome is clear. Nobody has got outright majority. So we'll talk to everybody. We'll talk to everybody. And don't want to distort things. We're talking to the DA, we are talking to the MK party, we're talking to EFF, we're talking to everybody. Because the election did not give us outright majority. Those who don't want to talk, we can't force them. We're looking at our scenarios, we're looking at the options before us. We're having a National Executive Committee meeting on Tuesday, which will report on these talks about talks. Otherwise, there will be no talks if we reached outright majority. I cannot stand here and tell you that I've got a mandate to tell you that we will not talk to everybody. I've got a mandate from the leadership of the ANC as of yesterday that we must engage with political parties who are engaging with us. And political parties have approached us, and we will be talking to them. We've got a team led by the Secretary General that will be talking to everybody in the talks about talks. And we'll report about those talks tomorrow to the officials, we'll report to the NWC, we'll report it on Tuesday to the NEC. And the NEC will then take a decision informed by its own analysis that it will have received on these matters, what needs to be done. So that's where we are. Talks are in full swing. We are engaged, and we are open to engagement. Up until this far, except like in the last election, Mashaba was walking here like a king. And then he said, I don't know where he is in the scoreboard. But, I saw him, he wanted a recount. Elections will humble you. It's like a game of golf. Mashaba declared here that he don't want to talk to the ANC. You have talked to political parties yourselves, and you have engaged with them. We are here today. None of them have said they don't want to talk to the ANC. None. None of, even ourselves, we are not saying we will not talk to anybody. We've got our own principles that we have long adopted in terms of coalitions. And we said that a coalition is a consequence. When you don't have a majority, you deal with that. There are many options on the table, including a rerun, including going back to the benches, including working with others. Those who want to work with you to constitute government. We need stability in this country. And like I said in the statement of the ANC, we will put the interest of the people of South Africa first. The coalitions have not worked for us in this country. It has brought instability and all of that. But it is the will of the people. It is the will of the people, and that is what we must accept. It is not an outcome. We ourselves cannot abandon the ship because we've got 6 million people who are still standing and believing in the African National Congress. If we had 1 or 2 million, it will be political obliteration, decimation. You can mention the names. We are not decimated. We are blown but not out. We're still standing. And we will come back. Now, you don't analyze a match by the results, wonderful results of Orlando Pirates yesterday. By Orlando Pirates yesterday, which have really, really worked on me positively as a supporter. So nobody won in this election, only Orlando Pirates won yesterday. Ramaphosa is the president of the ANC, and if you come to us with those demands, forget. If you come to us with a demand that Ramaphosa must step down as a president, that is not going to happen. We've got no such mandate. We are not going to engage with political parties on the basis that we don't want to talk to so and so and so. We're not going to do that because we don't run political parties. You asked me about MK party. We've got many reservations about that party, but we will talk to them. If they want to work with us, we will map out how we want to do, but no political party will dictate terms like that to us as the ANC. We will not. That is a no-go area to everyone. It's a no-go area. It's a no-go area. You come to us with that demand, forget. And I've heard some of you murmuring even in the bathrooms. Ramaphosa, when ANC loses power, is going to resign. Why did he stand as a president? You stand in an organization in bad and good times. These are bad times. When we signed to stand, people have asked us a question, Nomvula and others, are you going to step down? When we agreed in Nazareth to the branches of the ANC that we stood, it meant even for occasions like this. And we are leadership. Our leadership is tested. You don't run away. So, awubaleki empini uyabona ngoba isiza uyama ume ngci naxa ungumfazi musadi wasibili atshwara nthipa ka bohaleng nomvula re batla mmona no ukuthi utshwara thipa ka bohaleng kunzima ngoku. So we are men and women who have been given a responsibility in our party to lead. and will lead our party and will give an account in the General Council, will give an account even to the National Conference about this moment. And we will equally give answers as a leadership about what went wrong and how do we get out of this quagmire. We knew that we were in trouble. It's not like we didn't know. We fought very hard. Our structures, the president leading from the front, we threw ourselves into it. We didn't sleep because we knew that we are in danger. But this danger can be corrected, and it will be corrected by the current leadership. Inside politics, working with other parties, it will be informed by negotiations and discussions. It will be informed. We are open as the ANC. Like I told you that there is an option to work with a party, there is options, they are there. Even the last option of working from the benches, it is there as an opposition. The ANC will not weigh up, will engage with each, but informed by the discussions we've got with other parties, because we did not win a majority. And that is a fact. If we won a majority, it will be easy. We will move with speed to constitute governments where we have won and appoint premiers in the next coming week. By Thursday, we'll come back to you and announce our premiers as agreed by the National Executive Committee. We will be done with that task. We've got to prepare to go to the National Assembly, talk with other parties and all of that. That work has begun as of yesterday. As I'm speaking to you now, we're talking to parties. We're engaging with them. The officials met yesterday already. We will meet tomorrow on Monday, officials and the NWC. On Tuesday, there will be an NEC meeting. And on Tuesday in the evening, we will thank our volunteers and supporters who have supported the ANC in this campaign. And the president of the ANC will speak then. Again, walking on the footsteps of being empowered by the NEC, but equally by this statement we are putting across as an organization. So we are ready to work with everybody, but we've got perspective, we've got principles. But you recognize that in these elections, like in a coalition, you don't work necessarily on the basis of ideology. Sometimes you work on the basis of interests, and at the same time, the stability of the country and everything else. So we must not be preempted through faceless reports, false, fake news. Mandela is meeting with Rupert and Oppenheim. I mean, what nonsense is that? Never met with them. And then Oppenheimer is about, if Oppenheimer loved the ANC, he would have given us money, gave it to Rise Mzansi. And I don't see them here. I mean, Rise Mzansi. So he gave the money there. The ANC fought for itself. None of these people you are mentioning today have given us money or shown support to us. My preoccupation and our preoccupation has been to interpret the results and at the same time to make a reflection. And my job as a Secretary General, working with the collective and the officials, was exactly to do that. So I can't spend time here at the Election Operations Center. Nomvula was here. Gwede Mantashe is your friend, is always here. And all of them, they've been taking interviews. Mduntuli has been here. My job with others has been to sit, think. The job is too much. It's too much. I mean, to meet with provinces, prepare provinces to elect premier candidates. We must interview those people. There must be meetings. The organization must operate. So where will I get time? And then at the same time, we must talk to other political parties. Yes, we talk to parties. We engage. And that's it. And parties approach us and we engage with them. And that is what we're going to do. Rumors and people, it's not going to help the ANC. Rumors, even myself, my sister, I've heard about them. It's not going to help our organization to start pointing, finger pointing, that in KZN were betrayed by one of our own. If we sensed that we knew in KZN particularly that Zuma has got a strong touch. If there are people who aided him, we'll unmask that. But we equally know why MK Party was formed. And we know that. So I wish to pause there. And don't ask me again about it. I'll talk one day. Not now. Zokhuluma ngelinye ilanga. Not now. World News, threats of violence. Our statement is very clear. We condemn any threat of violence. If people have got concerns, they must raise them with the IEC through the procedures of dispute. We are not saying people must not dispute. They must raise their issues, but going to violence and mud our country and our democratic processes into violence is not going to help. There are many things that sitting here I'm not happy about. That happened on the election day. But if you ran elections, you have been in the game, those things do happen. You can complain, you need to check. If you complain, is there any material effect on the results? Nothing. Can complain for a VD somewhere that things did not go well. If I dispute that and it is addressed, we are happy with that. So we commend the IEC for a job well done. We will be at dinner tonight of the IEC at 7 o'clock. Removing people, will we be removing people? We don't remove anyone. I've explained that particular point. The task of the leadership is to deal with almost sinking a ship. The results have shown us that if we don't strengthen the renewal and many other things we needed to do as a party, we will be gone. So it's no longer a pipe dream, the issue that the ANC can be cut below 50%. It has happened in our lifetime. So we need to correct ourselves, the path we have started, the things we have been warned about by society, by the elders, and everyone else. And I forgot to thank our alliance partners, COSATU, Communist Party, and SANCO, and the broader mass democratic movement, SASCO, COSAS, the Women's League and the Youth League for their contribution in this campaign. It was tough, but they did come to the party. So we ran a very smart campaign, even if I have to say it myself. We did the things that campaigners do to woo the votes. We strengthened our voter contact like nobody's business. The leadership leading from the front. We ran a very short campaign, 3 months. And we thought that would have made an impact, would have been heard. The people did hear only 6 million turn out to agree with us. So we're not going to remove anyone. Anyone who wants to do that, including the ANC, there are procedures to do so. I've seen other people. We will never allow looking at ourselves. That's normally what happens. You leave the elections, the concerns of the people, the immediate task the party is focused on is leadership. Who becomes the next leader? That thing is not going to give ANC any better result. You spend the next 5 years fighting for a single leader in the organization. Our job is to start doing things right as we have done in preparation for the next election, and not rock up in the doorstep of the people on the election day. Elections are not won like that. So we must continue with the good work that we're doing and getting in touch with the people. And that is what is important for us going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG. May I now turn to the right? I have two hands on the front table. There's that spotlight, so I'm going to ask that we continue with the practice of introducing ourselves.
Mine is about the modern case. Without preempting your own diagnosis and analysis of what happened there, could you please just explain, did you anticipate what happened in the Northern Cape, and do you regret not directing more resources to the campaign there? Was that a shock to you? And also, during the campaign, the ANC has downplayed what the polls are saying. Going forward, are you going to change how you approach the polls? And also, please just comment on how then, if at all.
Thank you, Siamtanda. My sister next to you, please proceed.
Thank you. Erin Bates here from the Showcard Lounge. SG, just to go back to your talks about talks, to use your own words, you said that you have your principles that you've long adopted when forming coalitions, and that ideology is not necessarily a deal breaker. But how important is constitutionality and even institutions of a constitutional democracy such as the IEC, where you look to your discussions with potential coalition partners? Here I'm thinking about former ANC leader, now MP leader, Jacob Zuma's remarks yesterday, threatening, in fact, the IEC and its work which you've actually praised today. So how important is the Constitution and its values when you look at potential partners? And then, in terms of your discussions on the coalition, which really is the nub now, who is going to lead this country when most voters have shown their displeasure with the ANC? People in the EFF, for example, or NK, are seen as people who left the ANC because of displeasure with the party. So they're gone, but potential talks with them as partners now may be dividing your very party within. How are you managing that push-pull, specifically with the EFF and NK, but with other coalition potentials as we work towards the Internet Tuesday? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I, trying to turn to other hands at the, okay. I will start with, is this Junior? And then I will then go to the back. Let me start with the front table.
Okay, thank you so much, Matheni. Junior Mohammed from Newsroom Africa. SG, you speak about the top officials having met yesterday. Has it dawned on the top officials the gravity of what just happened? Being at the helm of once glorious movement, and you are at the helm of basically the party losing support. Has it dawned on the top leadership? I guess that's the question. The second question, you seem to be pointing fingers at a lot of people, including the media, when it comes to the ANC losing electoral support. But is it not also the ANC's own arrogance when it comes to the lists that you put forward, the individuals that were implicated in the state capture commission still being there? Those same individuals, some of them making it to the top 7 leadership as well. Isn't that the arrogance that has turned the people against you? And will there be any changes to those lists of the ANC now that you are going to go into a coalition with other opposition parties? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Newsroom. I now turn to the second table, the second row. I'll start with you over there in a yellow top, sister, and then I'll follow with SABC.
Faith Daniels from ECA. Mr. Mandela, you said that coalitions have not worked for you, but it's the will of the people, and then you said that the ANC will give the voters what they want. But if we just take who who is going to the National Assembly, for example, the will of the people has been very varied. So you spoke about the ANC talking to a variety of parties, but can you narrow that down in terms of who you are absolutely speaking to, in terms of working together at this point? And is there, in terms of the slew of parties that's in front of you, are there parties that you absolutely at this point are not regarding? Or are you really just entertaining everybody? Thank you.
Thank you very much. SABC?
Somewhere from the SABC. My questions are related to the history of the AIDS education. I'll start with you, Mr. Mandela. One, your loss in KwaZulu-Natal. What is your diagnosis telling you? Did your structures actively participate and campaign for the NK party using your own machinery and resources? Were you betrayed by your own leaders in the Parliamentary Executive Committee, in the RCs of the entire 11 regions of KwaZulu-Natal? Secondly, why did you not disband that particular province? When your NWC visit last year feeling all of these problems, why did you not disband them? Why did you not act them, looking at the catastrophic loss that you suffer today? Thirdly, who is negotiating with Tony Leon of the Democratic Alliance on these particular coalitions that you have? To your own members and leaders have said, if you go into a coalition with the Democratic Alliance, it would lead to the second most catastrophic ideological split in the ANC since the PAC. Where do you go? Do you go left? Do you go right? Or do you remain a broad-church as you are? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samkelu. I now turn to the other row. Somebody that is wearing a green jacket. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My question is to the SG. The SG is saying that the position of the president is non-negotiable. There is a talk with the EFF. There's a talking that saying for them to be in coalition, they will prefer the position of the Minister of Finance. Well, the PA is saying they do appreciate the Home Affairs. Are they willing to compromise on this position?
Thank you. I'm done with that row. I'm moving to the next. No, that's an afterthought. So let me start with people that whose hands were raised very early. To you, my brother, please go ahead.
Norman Masubiri from City Press. The first question to the SG is that some political parties have already made it clear that going into negotiations, they will have some non-negotiable principles. Does the ANC has those principles, considering or bearing in mind that you have a document that you formulated that you was tabled at the NEC last year and approved by or adopted by the NEC? And what would be those principles that you say these are non-negotiables as we enter negotiations? Maybe as a clarification, how many political parties are you talking to or approached you so far? Because you are saying tomorrow there will be a feedback, there will be a meeting, and then when you do the NWC, the top structure, and then Tuesday. Please, you started moving as yesterday. How many parties are you talking to currently? Maybe the last question that I have is with regard to the former leaders. We know that some have always been, like the former president, Thabo Mbeki, who in the past have already spoken out about the former president, Jacob Zuma, and all those things. In one of the talks, I think if my memory serves me well, it was during the funeral of former DSG, where he said the ANC the ANC structures was full of characters, it had weak membership in terms of parliament. How well or how much involved are you going to
Okay, I think the mic wanted you to finish. Thank you, Norman. May I proceed to the next media house? Or you want to answer first? There's quite a number. Okay, so we'll have a third round for a change. There was a question directed to the DSG. May I invite the DSG to react, and then the SG will take the rest of the questions that have been posed to you. DSG? Sanbonan. The issue about where to from here, we will engage everybody who seeks to contribute towards the stability of our country, the respect for the Constitution, and most importantly, the tolerance of diversity of the South African nation. That is what we would actually consider. Any other thing that is political about leadership, every organization has got its own internal processes, and therefore the determination by others as to who must constitute the team of the African National Congress going into the National Assembly, as well as in the provinces and in government. Due processes of the NC must be given a space, including the issues about the lists and stuff. There may be other people that are in other parties' lists that we may also not be comfortable with. And I think it is too early for us to then conclude as to exactly how we respond on the issues. We still maintain that our manifesto was sound, and that it is that basis that we must use to continue doing the work that we started with the campaign, and it must be an organizational program. The last issue I want to comment on, Comrade Mahlengi, with your permission, just to remind everybody that we had 27 million registered voters, 16 million voted. The NC got 6 of the 16 million. In 2021 local government elections, only 5 million voters voted for the NC. Post that, we now are in 2024, we have 16 million of the 27 casting their votes. Remember, there's been an increase on the registered voters. But in totality, the IEC said it's 16 million and the NC got 6, which is a growth from the last local government elections, because some amongst you had also said, were those elections, national elections, the NC would have lost. So the renewal is on course, and I do believe that, as the SG has said, we need to be given an opportunity to deal with these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DSG. First, I want to explain that we're going to have a National Executive Committee meeting to finalize the issues about talks and government. The ANC is going to have a National Executive Committee where we're going to go to conduct a deep analysis about the outcome of the election. Our statement that we have read guide us in relation to the outcome and what we seek to do. The outcome is directing us towards shared power with others. And that's what we are processing right now. So as to what happened to Northern Cape and all of that, it will be a consequence of this deep analysis we would have conducted about what happened there in the Northern Cape. We have seen the emergence of Patriotic Alliance, and we're running short of 1% to govern the Northern Cape outright, and so on. So we're going to make an analysis about what happened there. Our comrades in Northern Cape did well, and they worked very hard. You will know that in the Northern Cape is not the first time we are going this direction. In the past, we were here, small population and all of that, which we have had challenges at some point that brought us below 50%. So we need to make sense of what happened there, and we'll be happy to share with you our own perspective. I hear you saying, News 24, that we downplayed the polls. I don't know how and where. I speak on behalf of the National Executive Committee and the spokesperson. None of the people we deployed have ever undermined. Here is our position. Look at the scoreboard. It will determine whether the polls were wrong or right. And some of the polls, quite clearly, they were right. But we fought very hard to get out of that position. We said we don't respond to polls because some of them are ideologically defined, in a sense that they are leading a charge on behalf of others. And that's what we have said. We don't discuss polls. And to an extent that some of them were right, we see it now on the board, that they were indeed correct, that we will drop below 50%. But we worked very hard to get ourselves out of that situation. And we have never downplayed the polls. If we downplayed the polls, we ourselves would have not conducted our own research. We did conduct the research, and it told us that we will be at 43%. That is what our research told us. So you don't go to battle and confirm your situation, even to your opponents. You fight to get out of that situation. And that's what we dealt with. And that research did give us pointers, among others, why the mood was at that point. Load shedding was big on the agenda. Water was big on the agenda, and all of that. South Africans continue to give us 10 out of 10 when it comes to social protection and looking after their interests. And they support. And then we knew that low voter turnout will not be in our favor, especially in our base areas. And it is quite clear in this election, as much as we won other provinces, but low voter turnout counted against us. We knew that Zuma is a factor in KZN, and that is what our poll, also our own polling, had actually told us, if he split in the way that he does and work against the ANC. All odds will be against us. Gauteng, you're dealing with, again, it goes back to that deep analysis. In terms of Gauteng, it's an urban area, and then interests vary from one community to the other. So you will have to conduct a deep analysis about what actually happened. Did the middle class walk away from us in Gauteng? What happened? But in Gauteng, what we can say, just at the face value at the present moment, is that voter turnout in our base areas worked against us. So where to, and all the other areas, our people did not come out in numbers and vote. And you can't then say even the black middle strata have not voted for us. It looks like we shared. Those who came out to vote, they voted for us. Because if it entirely worked against us, it means the Rise in Mzansi will be the biggest party in South Africa today, if the results were to tell us something. Because that is the party that attracted, if you look at it, a lot of black middle strata in our communities, particularly in the urban areas. So you've got to make a deep analysis about that as to over and above the things that we know in Gauteng, like for instance, electricity. You've got people in Soweto who are without electricity. They are still without electricity up until now because transformers, they were cut out. Somebody alleged that load shedding is back during the election day because there were power outages because of city power in the base areas of Gauteng. And there were water problems and all of that. Some of those things could have contributed to dampen the resilience of people to go out and vote for the ANC. Because not turning up to vote is an enemy equally of the ANC in the election campaign, because small parties and opposition parties become beneficiaries out of that particular situation. So that we have to conduct an analysis. News 24 again, I made an example. I'm not saying we are not guided by ideology. We are guided by ideology. But circumstances with your ideology force you to even work with people who necessarily do not share the same perspective as yours. We have had strange coalitions in this local government arrangements that we have. Even with people who said that we will not work with the ANC, but the outcome of the elections becomes something else. And then you must then begin to define models of the working together. The problem with the local government arrangement, it does not have models. It is just working together. A mayor changes, come to a mayor changes over a weekend, and then you go and work with others. National government, you want to achieve stability, constitutionality, the rule of law, all of those things must then begin to guide us in this particular. But equally, how do you satisfy the interest of the ANC constituency that voted those 6 million people and more? How are they going to be served by the working relations between parties? Or is just, there is no honor among thieves, let's work together? It doesn't work like that. You've got to think deep and hard. And that's what we're doing, I can assure you. And we can assure you, as the ANC, we are applying our mind and all of that in terms of this. So I don't say that we are not guided by ideology. We do. And we are guided also by principles. And how do we serve the interest of the people of South Africa better? And the glue that brings us together is South Africanness. And then South Africa as a country, as a nation, must exist beyond narrow political interest. We've got to serve the people of this country. And that is what is important. And the constitutionality is very important. We can't just throw the constitution away. Talks about talks. We talk to people who are willing to talk to us, but equally the scoreboard guide us. Okay? It guides us that here is the meaningful party you've got to talk to. You don't just talk to everyone because it's time to talk. But even those who don't have the numbers, you talk to them if they are willing to work with you. Others don't even bother. I saw my money has resigned himself from president candidate to a willing backbencher. And you see a person like those and all of that. And there are all sorts of models you need to work on. And you've got to agree to with people you are talking to. Will you want to consider a government of national unity? So there's a whole lot of things that you need to. And if I want to work with you on a bilateral basis, what are we able to offer? And then those are the things that we need to look at in terms of our engagement. Pointing fingers will not help the ANC because those fingers are many. There are many, there are more than 10. They are quite abnormal. There is no victor in losing. But we are all victors when we win. Everyone wants to claim victory. The blame game will kick in. Certain things, so and so did not do this. There's no principled leader in an organization, especially like ours, who work like that. You want to rise at the expense of others. You don't want to take responsibility. When you are a leadership, you sit down, you analyze. This is what we're going to do. And say, where did we go wrong? You don't rise at the expense of others. Maybe certain things we could have done them better and all of that. And then you look at also the good things that you have done. And what is it that you need to consolidate as leadership? So those are the things leadership will help us in terms of its convergence and meeting. Blame game, even the rumors are dangerous because you don't know who's fueling the rumors. Because the rumors could be coming from your opponents and your enemies to annihilate you politically. So you've got to be careful about the rumors. Things that just get to be said overnight. You don't want to accept the reality that you lost in KZN free and fair to Jacob Zuma. You want to blame it on somebody. If others have aided Jacob Zuma, it's their choice. But the fact of the matter is that as we speak today, Jacob Zuma is a force to be reckoned in the politics of this South Africa. He is now 14% on the board. He has surpassed EFF. Nobody has surpassed us. We're still there with a reduced majority. But these ones have been surpassing each other. So Zuma have displaced EFF. You will have, I'm sure, more than 50 MPs there in parliament. So he's a force to be reckoned with in terms of his party and in terms of the outcome of this election. So I'm just stating a reality. I'm not manufacturing my own thing. So I'm just explaining the fact that it doesn't serve the ANC or anyone for finger pointing. That is the fact. Junior, was the ANC, you accuse us of being arrogant. We have not been. And it's a very interesting assertion that you are making, that we came across as arrogant. I don't think so. We humbled ourselves to the people and we seek to do things differently and engage the people, because if you are arrogant, you don't talk to the people. You take it as given that the people will support you. I've given you a detailed account what we have done in this election to fight the demon of low voter turnout of our people walking away from the ANC. We knocked on their doors. We asked them because we saw the danger. And we have done everything. Whether we have done everything to the point where we say we exhausted everything, in the book, we will look into that when we meet and when we get a report. ENCA, the will of the people will be reflected in our engagement. That is the starting point. Entertaining everybody, I've explained, it's not just that. We are engaging with everybody who matters in terms of the outcome of the election. And we are not, I can assure you, we are not running to people. Hey, when he goes to the bathroom, come this side. We are not pulling people by their jackets. No, we are not. Not this time around. We are not. We will talk to people's sense and politics and models. We will engage. If you come to us with terms and all of that, we are not in that game. Given an examination to write again, those things we're not going to do. You remember when we were engaging last time, other political parties gave us an exam to write. If you come to us with that mentality, forget, just go. Just go on your own. We are not afraid to go to the benches. We are not. That must be very clear to everybody. We are not arrogant not to work with anyone, because the people of South Africa have shown us what their wish is. And don't second guess us and lie about us that we've got a pact. I know some girl is asking a very provocative question about Tony Leon. Why do you talk about Tony Leon? You don't talk about other parties who are talking to us. And then you raise Tony Leon because you are peddling the lie that the ANC is gravitating to the right, is having a deal, all with the DA, it is a done deal. DA has got the respect for itself as a political party, it has got a constituency. The ANC has got a constituency, it has got leadership. It applies principles and all of that. So there's a lie that has been going around to preempt any discussion, maybe between the ANC and the DA or whoever. It's not possible to do that to us. And you say, we must then go to terms with others. No, we have read it in the papers that certain parties have made demands. Our president must go, so and so, this and that. We don't know up until we meet eye for an eye. We have heard some of them from this platform of the media saying all sorts of things. But we've never heard anyone saying they are not prepared to work with us. So I've explained, we are entertaining everyone who met us in terms of the election outcome. Because the election outcome have told us that the ANC is number 1, DA is number 2, Zuma is number 3, EFF is number 4. And then others follow on the bottom. We'll get the results today and they will tell us. ANC number 1, DA number 2. We've got 6 million people who have voted for us to continue. We've got to respect them. We can't just throw the towel. We've got to respect those people, respect South Africans who still want the ANC to continue to be in power and lead. And how we're going to deal with that is going to be in the detail of principles and how we're going to safeguard ourselves. And not only for ourselves, but for South Africa. For South Africa's stability and moving forward. So the long and short of it, I'm saying we will not be bullied. And if we go to the benches, you'll see the biggest opposition ever. You have never seen in this country, ever, in the National Assembly. And we are not arrogant as though we have won power when we have not won power. We have not won power. Talk to Inkatha Freedom Party, yes, we will. And everyone else. NFP, we will. If Musa Maimani, I don't know how many they are, Musi Maimani, or whoever want to talk, we will engage with everybody. So that's what I'm saying. Samkele, did structures betray us? That is a very problematic question. We don't just come out of the election and blame structures. We have worked very hard for our victory. We need to analyze that phenomenon of KZN and the MK party. You see, when you look at the MK party, they collected some votes in Gauteng, and then they collected a big chunk in Mpumalanga, and then they lost everywhere in the country. So you've got to analyze that phenomenon as to how has it manifested itself. It goes back to that deep analysis we're going to conduct. Now, you are not going to conduct an analysis by starting to blame your structures and then start to see enemies all over. We knew Zuma will get support, but not this much. To be honest with you, we knew he will get support, but not this much. Our biggest worry based on the last election, and as we do work in KZN, was Inkatha Freedom Party. And also the posture the Royal House has taken in this election. And by so saying, because it was moving away from us and all sorts of factors, and getting into politics of aiding the IFP in this election. So we are not in the blame game to say that, we cannot be blamed. We are stating the facts. As we got into this election, everyone wanted us down, and including the media. And you did your part, and, but we can't blame you. But you did. I mean, the notion of change began to take a different dimension in the queues and everywhere else. So it happened, and so we stood our ground and we fought very hard and we lost. Did we commit mistakes? Yes, we did. We did commit mistakes in governance and everywhere else. We need to analyze those mistakes. What are those? We don't do them. And then we need to analyze the bleeding that has been brought by JZ forming a party. If Zuma, let's say, he didn't form MK party, he supported the ANC, we wouldn't be here talking about so and so. We would have crossed maybe to 8 million, even in a low voter turnout, cushioned by KZN and parts of Gauteng. And faced with a low voter turnout, we would have crossed. So it did eat into our base. And that is how difficult this election was, you know, and the EFF and so on. So not everyone got what they wanted, but we got a beating, most, to be below 50%. Now, democracy normalizes, you navigate through these processes. We have only seen this in advanced democracies in Europe, people navigating through coalitions. So we're in the era of coalitions. It started in local government, we are now at national government. So we need to study all the models of coalitions, how they've worked for stability of countries and all of that, even ourselves, without compromising the constituencies that we serve. So there are different models that we look at. And even political parties, I'm certain wherever they are not stooges of the ANC. They are applying their mind. Now that the election results are out, what is their thinking? Not rebel arousing, not rebel rousers and threatening other political parties. Think now about the country, its direction, and what we need to do. So we hope in the discussions that we have, we'll have sensible, progressive to a certain extent, and some maybe backward, and others coming with demands. But we want a discussion of what we are thinking about going forward. Some Kelo says disband KZN. We have not taken that decision. Why didn't we disband?
The question is, why did you not act as per what you found in your NWC visit last year, when you found a lot of problems in the region, that you found that your structures were weak and there were recommendations in place to take action against the structure?
My interpretation is not what you said, it's my interpretation. When I start by saying disband KZN, at the final end and analysis of what you are saying, my interpretation is that disband. Disband now, or why didn't you disband before? And thank you for your interruption. That's how tolerant we are, Junior Kuman. We are not arrogant. We allow some kind of just to interrupt us. N18G. The problem of losing power. Because you are not in power, you see, you can no longer be what you want to be. So, but I'm saying there was never such a recommendation to disband the structure. At that time when we visited, we analyzed all the weaknesses that were there, and then we have acted on some weaknesses together with the province, and we now have this particular result, which collectively we will analyze when that time comes, and so on. We also, I saw there was a letter circulating on Sunday Times that KZN was forewarned how to handle the matter of Jacob Zuma. The reality people must understand is that how the Jacob Zuma issue has erupted, you may think was stoppable. It was unstoppable because Zuma closed a void that was there in terms of the politics of the country. And that void that he closed has impacted negatively to the ANC. And it has not favored Inkatha in KZN. It has not favored us. It has served him very well. Because once that void of a father figure leader coming out in KwaZulu-Natal, it then favored Jacob Zuma in this particular instance. It's a matter that we will analyze for days to come in relation to how the ANC deals with the outcome of this particular election. And the ANC will make that analysis together with its own structures in KwaZulu-Natal. They will either confirm or not confirm some of the things that have been said, that certain people worked with MK Party whilst they are inside the ANC. We will draw that report and look into all of those things, and we deal with them. Who is negotiating with Tony Leon and all of that? I don't know. We are engaging with everybody. I'm not aware that as the person accounting for negotiations and engagements, that there is a separate channel of that particular sort. But if it serves the purpose of what we are about in terms of talks about talks, it will come to our table. And we will consider it. Channels of negotiating with people are not one way. And then there are many channels that are undertaken by political parties. Somebody from a political party might say that I don't want to talk to Mbalula. I'd rather go. Because we have said things in the campaign and somebody doesn't take it nicely. So you twist and turn, but parties engage in different ways, and all of that guided by their own way of doing things. NTV parties, what they actually prefer in relation to positions. You have heard people saying we want finance, we want. That's the last thing in the discussions. That's the last thing. Easy food. Ukwabelana, ubengelana. No, that's easy. You can take home affairs, you can take transport, you can take economy, you can do that. That's easy. The discussions are about what do we want to achieve out of this country, given the outcome of the election. So we believe that when we engage with political parties, the posture will not be the one of exchanging. That is the last thing that is easy to achieve in the discussions when it comes to positions. And Norman, City Press, does ANC have non-negotiables. We've got a perspective that is guiding us, which we have shared with you about how we engage with coalitions and what are our intentions. And then we will answer that question when we come back, after we have concluded our discussions with political parties, but also after we have reported to the National Executive Committee. So this is not the last press conference on this matter. So the next one that is going to come, it will outline the perspective, agreements, if there is any, talks that have not taken off, have not produced any result. We will give you that feedback. Give us that space. Tuesday, we have an NEC meeting. After the NEC meeting, we will again convene you and give you a feedback of the National Executive Committee. In terms of what the NEC itself will have benefited from the work the officials are doing in the National Working Committee. So we will give you that feedback after the NEC, the direction we are basically taking. How many parties we are talking to? We are talking with everybody who's significant. And anyone who has not achieved a bigger result but is interested to work with us. So there are many people who have approached us who are here. But the most important, when you come out of an election, you look at the leaderboard and then it will tell you who you must talk to, because that is the outcome of an election, and that reflects the will of the people. The will of the people. The will of the people have given us 6 million. ANC, go and talk to others. Who are those? And that is what is important. So we are engaging. And then we have been approached and we are talking to everyone because we don't have the power to constitute government on our own and do things on our own. We've got to talk to others. How are we going to? Former leaders are not used. Former leaders are not used. I'm told our time is up here. Former leaders are not used. They are members of the ANC. And then they've been invited. So the outcome of what has happened affects all of us. So let's not use the word used. Nobody has resigned from the ANC except the only one you know. But even himself, he still say he's still a member. So all people are in the fold of the African National Congress. So I wish to thank you and thank everybody. And I'm told our time is up here. And thank you. You still want something, Samkele? Yes, one.
Mr. Malone, just on that particular issue, there's one question you never answered on the ideology, that if you decide to go DA, it will lead to the biggest split within the party since the ANC. Where do you go in that particular perspective? Where your own members have said, DA is a no-no, if you go that route, you will appreciate it.
Samkele, as I conclude, you listen to all sorts of people who call themselves ANC. ANC, whatever decision it will arrive at the end of the day, we will still come back to you after the National Executive Committee meeting. ANC understands that the outcome of the elections do not favor us. There are political parties, there is a country to be run, and then there are various models we need to engage with. Unfortunately, things are not guided by inertia and rigidity. Yes, you are principled, you are ideological. How do you navigate with your 6 million in the politics of the country? You've got 6 million people, which is strong on the leaderboard. How do you navigate with them, with that number, to govern this country with others? And that is what is important here. So the rigidity, and that's not what is guiding us. We are guided by the ideology, we are guided by the principles, But equally, we are guided by the interest of people who have voted for the ANC, who have said that we don't want you to be out of power. We are not going to entertain smear campaign and locking us into a corner when we don't have powers to do so. We and the DA, we are like water and oil. At the end of the day, our constituencies have placed us where we are, where we can't govern outright on our own. That's why we talk about outright majority, right? And other people have got demands that they have and all of that and so on. You've got to not weigh up, engage. That is why I'm saying we will not be in a position to entertain an exam paper now, because the exam paper is not going to take us anywhere. We've got to engage with the issue of the models, but at the same time, where we want to go to. Positions, you want to become a minister of this and that, that's an easy task to perform. So from here, as we conclude, tomorrow we're in the NWC and the officials meeting. Tuesday, we're in the NEC meeting. On Wednesday, we will be able to brief you about, as it goes now, we're talking to everybody. It is talks about talks. So don't ever raise a question, hey, why did you meet with so and so? I've briefed you now. Siatet.
Even with FF plus.
Yes, even with FF plus. We are talking because we don't have power. But as name, we are talking, but we are not backing. We are not going to back anybody. But we respect the will of the people and the outcome the people of South Africa have given us. So we can't be strutting like peacocks when we have not been given status to strut. So we've got to engage and understand that we're engaging, we're talking with everybody, what makes sense to us. And people have got constituencies too. Their constituencies, what they want must be respected. We too, we've got constituencies, Samkele, we've got members, and we've got feelers on the ground. We know what ANC members feel. Equally, there are ANC members who've got a different view, who says that, no, don't work with so and so. So we take emotions out, we deal with principles, and we deal with models. That's what is important. How you feel now about so and so doesn't matter. Because if you've got feelings, you will not end up talking to everybody. The elections have humbled us, they've brought us where we are, and therefore we've got to talk to everyone. Even notamkhulu wethu, faneka sikhulumile naye. Yabona, unless yena akafuna ukukhuluma nathi, thina faneka sikhulumile naye. And then that is it. And then when all of those things are done and dusted, we'll be able to give direction and give you where we are going. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the press, for your time and your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG. Colleagues, due to time constraints, we have taken very long. My apologies for suppressing
our country and our democratic processes into violence is not going to help. There are many things that sitting here I'm not happy about. That happened on the election day. But if you ran elections, you have been in the game, those things do happen. You can complain, you need to check. If you complain, is there any material effect on the results? Nothing. Can complain for a VD somewhere that things did not go well. If I dispute that and it is addressed, we are happy with that. So we commend the IEC for a job well done. We will be at dinner tonight of the IEC at 7 o'clock. Removing people, will we be removing people? We don't remove anyone. I've explained that particular point. The task of the leadership is to deal with almost sinking a ship. The results have shown us that if we don't strengthen the renewal and many other things we needed to do as a party, we will be gone. So it's no longer a pipe dream, the issue that the ANC can be cut below 50%. It has happened in our lifetime. So we need to correct ourselves, the path we have started, the things we have been warned about by society, by the elders, and everyone else. And I forgot to thank our alliance partners, COSATU, Communist Party, and SAMCO, and the broader mass democratic movement, SASCO, COSAS, the Women's League and the Youth League for their contribution in this campaign. It was tough, but they did come to the party. So we ran a very smart campaign, even if I have to say it myself. We did the things that campaigners do to woo the votes. We strengthened our voter contact like nobody's business. The leadership leading from the front. We ran a very short campaign, 3 months. And we thought that would have made an impact, would have been heard. The people did hear only 6 million turned out to agree with us. So we're not going to remove anyone. Anyone who wants to do that, including the ANC, there are procedures to do so. I've seen other people. We will never allow looking at ourselves. That's normally what happens. You leave the elections, the concerns of the people, the immediate task the party is focused on is leadership. Who becomes the next leader? That thing is not going to give ANC any better result. You spend the next 5 years fighting for a single leader in the organization. Our job is to start doing things right, as we have done, in preparation for the next election, and not rock up in the doorstep of the people on the election day. Elections are not won like that. So we must continue with the good work that we're doing and getting in touch with the people. And that is what is important for us going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG. May I now turn to the right? I have 2 hands on the front table.